5 2-year-olds behind the gate for tonight's first qualifier. Rockin' Hussey, Sugar Bays, Woodmere Clara, Connor's Magic, and Montague. Off stride behind the gate there went Sugar Blaze. Out for the early lead up the rail. That's Rockin' Hussey. Woodmere Clara will get away second, and wide there third. That is Montague. Crossing over to the rail in four was Connor's Magic, and well back and treading after the gate break. That is Sugar Blaze. They traveled into the backstretch for the first time. The 2-year-olds on their way to the opening quarter. And up front there, led by Rockin' Hussey, out there by 3, Woodmere Clara is pacing along second and closing that gap. Outside in 3 is Montague, staying at the rail. He's Connor's Magic from 4, and back in 5 is Sugar Blaze. The 2-year-olds continue on into the turn now as they approach the 3/8, and we have a new leader. That is Woodmere Clara taking over the lead from Rockin' Hussey to the outside third. That is Montague. Connor's Magic remains seated at the rail in 4, and a gapped out Sugar Blaze is 5th. They travel on through the stretch as they approach the half. Woodmere Clara is the leader on the outside, and now taking over is Montague. Woodmere Clara now second to third inside. Rockin' Hussey, Connor's Magic peeking to the outside from 4, and back trailing in 5 is Sugar Blaze. 31-4 was the quarter, 103 was the half. On through the backstretch, they approach the 3/4 mile mark, and Montague shows the way. Out there 2.5, Woodmere Clara second, to the outside third goes Rockin' Hussey. Connor's Magic staying in at the rail from 4, and Sugar Blaze is 5th. They arrive at 3/4 with Montague opening up on the lead. Is clear now by 4 lengths. Woodmere Clara in pursuit second. Uncovered outside is Rockin' Hussey third. Connor's Magic in along the rail. He's a hemmed in 4th. They travel past the 7/8 and off the top turn. 134 was the 3/4. On through the stretch now for the final time, and they're led through the lane by Montague. Woodmere Clara to the outside. Montague, Woodmere Clara, they'll finish that way. Montague taking the 2-year-old qualifier. Woodmere Clara second, close for third. Rockin' Hussey and Connor's Magic. The mile in 2:04 and 1/5. Second qualifier, top of the stretch, Footprints in the Sand, and DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy. They are off in the second qualifier with DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy first off the gate. Opens up a quick 4-length margin on the 3-year-old Footprints in the Sand as they head to the opening eighth. DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy will dictate the terms as they race on to the opening quarter. Closing that gap up in the 2 spot, that's Footprints in the Sand. Traveling through the backstretch onto the opening quarter with Coca-Cola Cowboy leading the 2-horse qualifier past the opening panel. Leads it now just by a diminishing 2 with Footprints in the Sand tightening up second. .30 2/5 was the opening quarter for DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy. They travel off the top turn, entering the stretch now as they approach the half. DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy is still the leader. Footprints in the Sand back giving chase second, some 3.5, 4 lengths back as they race into the lower turn. On their way now to the 5/8. No change in positions. DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy continuing to lead the qualifier as they head to the backside for the final time. DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy paced the half in 1:01 and 1/5 second. Into the backstretch on to 3/4. Widening the lead now, DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy over the 3-year-old Footprints in the Sand, who's gapped out second. They arrive at the 3/4 mile mark. DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy on top as they head on to the 7/8. 3/4 was reached in 1:30 flat. Well back in the 2 spot, Footprints in the Sand. They move past the 7/8 and off at the top turn and led into the stretch now in the qualifier by DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy. Well back second is Footprints in the Sand, traveling on through the stretch now, and DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy will win the qualifier with Footprints in the Sand finishing second. Time for the qualifier, 2 minutes, 2/5. Here is a rundown of tonight's qualifiers. In the first qualifier, number 1, Rockin' Hussey, finished third, was driven by Andy Campbell, pacing in 2:05 and 1. Number 2, Sugar Blaze, finished fifth, made a break, was driven by Ryder Renison, distanced. 3, Woodmere Clara, finished second, was timed in 2:04 and 2. 4, Connor's Magic, finished fourth, timed in 2:05 and 1. 5, Montague was the winner, driven by Robert Laffin, the time of 2:04 and 1. Fractions in the qualifier, 31 and 4, 1:03, 1:34, and a mile in 2:04 and 1. In the second qualifier, number 1, Footprints in the Sand, finished third, driven by Robert Renison, was timed in 2:03. And the 2, DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy, the winner, in 2 minutes and 2/5. Fractions in the second qualifier, 30 and 2, 1:01 and 1, 1:30 and 3 in the mile, 2 minutes, 2/5. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Friday evening race program of Atlantic Grand Circuit Week for 2022. The temperature this evening in Truro is 28 degrees Celsius under clear skies. Tonight's track condition has been rated fast. The card this evening is conducted under the rules and regulations of the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. The senior judge this evening is Kevin Kroll. The associates are Mike Ellsworth and Harry Trenham. Here now are your program and equipment changes. Starting in the second race, race 2, number 3, June's Boy has been scratched. The entry is sick. Race 2, scratched sick is number 3, June's Boy. There's also a driver change in race 2, number 5, Saltwater Johnny. Make it Adam Murner. Adam Murner will drive 5, Saltwater Johnny, in the second. In the third race, number 3, Senior Beach Babe has been scratched sick. Race 3, scratch number 3, Senior Beach Babe. Over to the fifth race. In race 5, scratched sick is number 6, Roman Raven. Race 5, scratch the 6, Roman Raven. And over to race 10. In the 10th race, number 2, Lively Freddy has been scratched lame. 10th race, scratched lame is number 2, Lively Freddy. Those are your changes thus far. Post time for race 1 has been set for 7 p.m. That's in less than 18 minutes. Windows are open and selling. We do have an equipment change in today's 10th race. In race 10, number 5, Big Engine with a bridle change. Make it closed to open, hood with cups.
Mic check. 1, 2. Mic check. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to Truro Raceway as Atlantic Grand Circuit Week continues. Just over 10 minutes away from post time, race number 1 of 11. Busy evening of racing action on tap this evening. And congratulations are in order for our participants in the Gamester Pinckney Memorial Cup that took place on Tuesday evening, Truro Raceway. Moving on to compete in the Gamester Pinckney Memorial Cup finals during Old Home Week will be Ryder, Matthews Renison, along with Brett LeBlanc and Luke Armstrong, part of Team Pinckney. They'll face part of Team Gamester in Kyle Mason, Taylor Doyle, and Zach Conway, who all moved on from competition there in Surfside last week. So congratulations. We'll look forward to seeing these young harness drivers competing in the Gamester Pinckney Memorial Cup. As mentioned, Old Home Week in Charlottetown. Of course, the Gamester Pinckney Memorial Cup named after a couple of late greats, Byron Gamester of Prince Edward Island, and of course Phil Pinckney out of Nova Scotia, both very instrumental in developing young talent throughout the maritime racing scene, and many of that talent has gone on and raced well all over North America. Alrighty, so for tonight's race card, we've got a couple of track record holders from Truro competing. Yes, indeed. 2-year-old filly track record holder from last season, JJ Scarlett. She's involved tonight. Of course, Red Doucette was the driver of JJ Scarlett last October over Truro, a winner there in 155-3. She's going to face the Real Princess, who's now a co-track record holder of the 3-year-old pacing filly mark, 154-3, courtesy of a Corey McPherson steer back on June 10th of this season, matched that 3-year-old filly track record set by Woodmere Skyroller. That came back in November of 2020 with Dave Dowling on board. Again, a 154-3 track record holder for 3-year-old fillies, the Real Princess, facing JJ Scarlett. Those two lock horns in race number 9. JJ Scarlett coming off I believe it was a track record over Summerside, 54-4. Red Doucette was back on board that Tobago Cays filly, and she wired up and won by double-digit lengths. So we'll look forward to that. We'll see another track record holder tomorrow evening in the Lindsay Construction Invitational. The Lindsay Construction Cup Invitational will feature track record holder Time to Dance. He was there at Truro about a year ago, right? July 17, 2021, when he stopped the clock, 151-3. Time to Dance, track record holder up against well, it's a field of 6 for the Lindsay Construction Cup Invitational to round out Atlantic Grand Circuit Week at Truro Raceway. It's a deep field of 6. Wish we could add another 1 or 2 in there to make a full field or close to it, but you know what? The 6 we have that will be competing in the Lindsay Construction Cup tomorrow evening, they should put on a great show in there. We're about 10 minutes away from race number 1 of 10 this evening, and again, Atlantic Sire Stakes action continues. We'll also feature 3 heats of the Frank and Beth Stanfield Memorial for 3-year-old pacing fillies, $20,000 apiece. Those divisions of the Frank and Beth Stanfield Memorial, so lots of money on the line. And a chance to grab a huge chunk of change for those competing this evening over Truro Raceway. You know what? Best of luck to all racing and playing. Got a little handicapping challenge happening on harnessdriver.com. If you haven't entered yet, you still have time to do so. We're going to lock that handicapping challenge down on harnessdriver.com in about 10 minutes time. So again, if you haven't gotten in yet, that's a little something to spice up our Friday and Saturday evening cards here at Truro Raceway, all part of Atlantic Grand Circuit Week as we continue. 9 minutes to post time. Race 1 of 10. Best of luck to all racing and playing tonight.
Would Paul Holmes or Ron Matheson check with the race office, please? Paul Holmes or Ron Matheson, check with the race office. Horses now on the track and on parade for the first race on this evening's program. First race sponsored by Jim Chambers. Here's the field. Number 1 is Ziggy, owned by Michelle Patrickin. Ernie Laughlin does the driving. Daryl McLean owns and drives number 2, Scarlet Summer. Elaine Shortliff and Clayton Stevens are the owners of number 3, Phillies Boy, with Clayton driving. Michelle Patrickin owns the 4, Lions in front, Bernard McCollum aboard. Redmond Doucette has the drive on 5, Glenview Rhonda for Adam Johnson. And from post 6, Deolicious, owned by Tracy McQuaid and driven by Paul Trebs. That's the field for the opener. Post time in 5 minutes.
.4 minutes now. 4 minutes to post time. Race number 1 of 10 at Truro Raceway. Getting a look at a second-time starter now, out for his career debut, and he just missed in 58-2. We're talking about number 1, Ziggy. This 2-year-old son of Dally was out for trainer driver Ernie Laffin, owned by Michelle Patrickin. Again, a very sharp debut when leaving from the rail. This little 2-year-old's gotten lucky at the races thus far with a rail advantage in the qualifier and then the career debut. And looks all right here at 3-5. 3-5 post time. Favorite likely here for Ziggy. Again, a 2-year-old son of Dally. And gets that rail again, liking his chances to get his picture taken here in the opener. Here's number 2, Scarlet Summer. Scarlet Summer, 2-year-old daughter of Sunshine Beach. This one bred by Seals to Farms of Lucan, Ontario, just up the road from me here. Daryl McLean, the owner, trainer, and driver. Scarlet Summer rode the pocket last time. Daryl was on board and managed that second best effort over Summerside. A similar effort would give her a great shot at completing the exactor in here. Number 2, Scarlet Summer. And the McLeans raced a lot of those Scarlet horses back in the day. Of course, they were big on the trotters, late 70s and into the 80s, the likes of Scarlet Knight, Scarlet Classic. There was a ton of Scarlet trotters for the McLeans, and had a lot of fun watching them and following them. I think Scarlet Knight would have been my favorite. She was a big dark trotting mare, and there wasn't many around the Maritimes that could leave with that trotter off the car. Little over 2 minutes to play race 1 at Truro. Universal Media Studios bringing you Atlantic Canada's harness racing from tracks like Northside, Inverness, Truro, EPR over in New Brunswick, and of course Red Shores and Prince Edward Island. We're glad you're with us tonight. I'm Sugar Doyle, based out of London, Ontario, with you for Universal Media Studios, based out of Charlottetown. Here's a look at my third choice. I'm going to stick to it here. Longest shot on the board, Lions in front. Bernie McCollum, training and driving now, did get the clean qualifier under her belt there on July 15th. She left to mind the manor. She's been erratic in her races thus far. But you know what? If she can put a clean line together tonight, she could find her way into the triactor. Of course, I'm using favorites for first and second, so we're going to need some value to make the try pay here in race number 1. Still time.
Another one to think about and taking 3-2 action right now. I believe she's over bet. Number 5, Glenview Ronda. We mentioned the 4, Lions in front. Had some braking issues and got the clean line in the qualifier. Well, Glenview Ronda, she's going to need the clean line here to remain off the qualifying list. She made a break in the early going there last time out, so likely not showing a whole lot of early speed here. She will need to make it through the first turn, and maybe after that, Red Doucette will have her in play, trying to grab a piece of this one. Right now, I just can't get behind her at 9-5 because she is in need of a clean line. That meaning no breaks allowed here for Glenview Ronda. She's going to wind up on the qualifying list. The starter is looking for the Pacers to line up for race number 1.
It's first race post time. Home Hardware Building Center starting gate is moving. Race number 1 of the evening, top of the stretch, has Ziggy, Scarlet Summer, Philly's Boy, Lions in front, Glenview Ronda, and Deolicious. They're off and pacing down at the rail. Ziggy is away first. Off stride behind the gate there went Glenview Ronda into the first turn. Ziggy is rough gated in that first turn as they head on to the opening 8th. Outside, Scarlet Summer now reaching up, looking to take over the lead. Ziggy inside second. Then caught wide, traveling third. That is Deolicious inside. Taking a seat was Philly's Boy from 4. Back in 5 as they race into the backstretch is Lions in front and the gate breaker. Now back down pacing but gapped out and trailing is Glenview Ronda. They arrive at the opening quarter and Ziggy is the leader as they race past that opening station. Caught on the outside, Deolicious a park second. Inside and sitting in the pocket is Scarlet Summer in 3. Gap of 2 back 4th. We find Philly's Boy further on back. In 5 is Lions in front, and the gapped out trailer Glenview Ronda. 30-1 was the initial quarter. The inquiry sign has been lit on the tote board as they swing off the turn, traveling single file through the stretch now as they near the half, and it's Ziggy in control. Out there by a length and a quarter with Scarlet Summer, the pocket sitter. Deolicious now sitting at the rail from 3. Back in 4 for Philly's Boy. Lions in front is the 5th one. And Glenview Ronda can see them all as they enter the backstretch for the final time. They were past the midway point in 59 1/5 second. They're on their way to the 3/4, led by Ziggy, patiently sitting in the pocket is Scarlet Summer second. Then on the inside, racing in 3 as they approach the 3/4. That's Deolicious. They race midway down the backstretch for the final time. Ziggy, uncontested on the front end, out there by a length and a quarter. Right there second is Scarlet Summer. Then a gap of 2 back to Deolicious in 3. Further on back in the pack we find Philly's Boy. 4th to the outside goes Lions in front from 5 in Glenview Ronda. 3/4 paced in 1:29 and 1/8 left to come as they swing off the top turn. And angling out of the pocket now is Scarlet Summer to challenge Ziggy in the stretch drive. On to the lane they come. It's still Ziggy in control outside Scarlet Summer. Ziggy is strong on the lead, and Ziggy will prevail in the opener. Scarlet Summer finishing second, third. That is Deolicious. The mile in 1:59 and 1/5. Judges' inquiry underway here in the first race. Looking at the breakers, the 5 Glenview Ronda behind the gate, and at number 1 Ziggy in the first turn. You have a placing here in the first race as a result of the inquiry. Number 1, Ziggy, failed to lose sufficient ground while on a break in the first turn. Finished first, will be placed third. 2, Scarlet Summer, second, placed first. And the 6, Delicious, will be third, placed second. Now back in victory lane, the winner of the first race on a placing, number 2, Scarlet Summer, 2-year-old Black Filly by Sunshine Beach. Out of the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam, Feel the Rhythm. Owned, trained, and driven by Daryl McLean of Winslow PEI. Scarlet Summer picking up a mark of 159 and 2/5. First race was sponsored by Jim Chambers, who has been a harness racing participant for well over 60 years, starting back at the old Halifax Commons. Today, Jim is a current member of the Well Did Horse Owners Club as well as the Risky Biz Group, the owners of Well Did and American Risk. Jim is trackside to make his cooler presentation. Here's how they finished in the first race. Number 1, Ziggy, finished first, placed third for failing to lose sufficient ground on a break in the first turn. 2, Scarlet Summer, second, placed first. 3, Phillies Boys, 6. 4, Lions in front, fourth. 5, Glenview Rhonda, fifth. And 6, Delicious, third, placed second. Fractions were 30-1, 59-1, 129-1, and the corrected time for the mile, 159 and 2/5 for Scarlet Summer. In review, your programs from the top should read after the placings 316-452. 261 try in race 1, $200 at $2.70. The 26 exactor, $83.40. Up next, races 2 and 3, the early daily double. Second race for 2-year-old colts in the A division. Number 3, June's Boy, has been scratched sick, and a driver change for number 5, Saltwater Johnny, make it Adam Murner. In the third race, first half of the early double, number 3, Senior Beach Babe, has been scratched sick. Post time for race 2 in less than 8 minutes. The 2-year-old colts now entering the track for post parade for race 2. The second race, A division, Atlantic Siren Stakes 2-year-old pacing colts. Purse is $9,600. Here's the field. Number 1 is Nibbler, owned by Greyland Farm and Joseph Gemba. Mark Campbell does the driving. Gilles Berriot has the catch drive on number 2, Tobin's Prophet. Owners are Kevin Dory, Frank Brundle, and Bob Samara. The 3 has been scratched. Redmond Doucette picks up the drive on number 4, Hammock Charmer, owned by Windermere Farms, Roger Burns, Hollis Newson, and Clive Balderson. Kyle and Joseph Gardner share ownership of number 5, Saltwater Johnny. Note the driver change to Adam Murner. And number 6 in the group is Elm Grove Restwind, owned by Brittany Watts and James Quinn. Dave Dowling is at the lines. 5 minutes to post time.
And there you have it, the Kevin Harvey Team Sales Post Parade. And they've come on board as Truro Raceway's newest sponsor, the official sponsor of Truro Raceway's Post Parades going forward. Kevin Harvey Team Sales. Visit kevinharveyteamsales.com for all the latest. 5 minutes to post time. Race 2 up and coming. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old pacing colts A division going for over $9,000 in here. And my top selection, it's going to be number 2, Tobin's Prophet. Number 2, Tobin's Prophet for me, a top selection. We're currently looking at a long shot in number 6. This is Elm Grove Rest Win. I'm going to stay with that one for my second best finisher here. Using this one to complete the exactor. Paced a big back half at big odds in his first career start. Likely to come from off the pace again in here. I like him at a price, and you're going to get one here. Right now, he's the longest shot on the board. We'll need prices to make the exactor and try pay behind a heavy fave, likely in number 2. Number 2, Tobin's Prophet, is going to be my top selection here. I'm going to stick to it. Number 6, my long shot play for the Deuce and Dave Dowling. Alrighty, there's my top selection. Number 2, Tobin's Prophet, will be looking to make it 3 for 3 lifetime. This Danny Romo trainee going to try for that 3rd straight win with a 3rd different driver after scoring with Danny Romo on board in the career debut. It was Jason, the Blue Knight Hughes, on board for the stakes victory when going for over $16,000 at Summerside. And tonight, Gilles Berriot gets the call and looking good to go again. The betting public really behind this 2-year-old son of Stonebridge Terror to make it 3 for 3. I can see him remaining perfect here for owners Kevin Dory, Frank Brundle, and Robert Sumera. It's a Danny Romo condition. Gilles Berriot on board for the catch drive. Taking 7-2 action right now. That's 4. Hammock Charmer, a winner of his career debut in B stakes action at Summerside. A Red Doucette Hops on board here for trainer Earl Watts as Dave Dowling. He had to stick with number 6, Elm Grove Restwind, as Dave does the training on that one. He must drive the 6 in here. So for me, a top 3 selection, 2, 6, and 4 with 2 minutes to go. Number 5, Saltwater Johnny, now has the status as the longest shot on the board here. Adam Murner takes over the driving assignment for trainer Tom Weatherby. Saltwater Johnny made a break in his career debut over Summerside. So here's a colt that will best be looking for a clean line here. And, of course, field of 5, they're all going to get paid. Saltwater Johnny, a long shot player here in race number 2. We're getting close here now, close to post time here for race number 2. And again, Atlantic Sire Stakes action continues here on Atlantic Grand Circuit Week, Truro Raceway. First time starter, Nibbler. Second choice all along here, and nothing really jumps out from this 2-year-old colt, son of Stonebridge Terror. Out of the good producer, Seawind Alpha, She by Largo. So the qualifier says this one was at his opening quarter in 33 seconds. So maybe not a whole lot of early speed to work with. And the qualifier 2.5, gonna need to make up about 5, maybe 6 seconds here to win this. So Nibbler, maybe just kind of sandbagging through his qualifier. We're not sure. But maybe the betting public knows something that I don't. Nibbler, I did not include in my top 3. If I would have seen the qualifier showing 2-1, 2-2 at least, maybe, but at 2:05, I just can't get behind Nibbler. Final call, race 2.
The 2-year-old colts have been called in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. It's post time for the second. Second race of the evening, Atlantic Sire Stake A Division for 2-year-old pacing colts. First of 9600 has Nibbler, Tobin's Prophet, Hammock Charmer, Saltwater Johnny, and Elm Grove Restwind. And the 2-year-old colts are off and pacing. First off the gate, that is Tobin's Prophet to take charge as they race into that first turn. Almac Charmer crossing over will pocket up second. Away on a read out the rail is Nibbler in 3, caught outside fourth. That is Saltwater Johnny, and Elm Grove Restwind is the 5th colt away as they race into the backstretch. Out of the opening quarter, Tobin's Prophet will control the pace. Is out there a clear 2-length lead. Almac Charmer is giving chase second. Nibbler is now a little closer there in 3, followed to 4th by Saltwater Johnny. Elm Grove Restwind sits back there trailing in 5. Their single file as they continue midway around the upper turn. Opening panel was reached in 29 seconds flat. Tobin's Prophet off the turn still maintains that 2-length advantage on Almac Charmer racing along the rail second. And another 2.5 lengths back is Nibbler in 3, followed by another gap of 2 back to Saltwater Johnny, and trailing is Elm Grove Restwind. They continue into the lower turn, still no change in positions as they continue on to the 5/8, and Tobin's Prophet is the unchallenged leader. A 2-length margin on Almac Charmer as they continue on to the backstretch. The half reached in 59-1. Now separating a little bit there now is Nibbler, now some 5 lengths off the second place. Almac Charmer as they race through the backstretch and on past the 3/4 mile mark. It is Tobin's Prophet well in hand as they race on over to the 7/8. Almac Charmer is the next closest pursuer up on the outside. Saltwater Johnny now overtaking Nibbler for 3rd. Nibbler drops back to 4th. Elm Grove Restwind having some problems there at the back of the field as they continue off the turn. 128-3. Up and out of the pocket now. Almac Charmer is going to try Tobin's Prophet in the stretch drive, but Tobin's Prophet is asked for more, and he has more. And it is Tobin's Prophet reporting home a winner by a length and a half in the A division of the 2-year-old pacing colts. Finishing 3rd there was Saltwater Johnny. A mile and 157 flat.
They were scooting on home, 28-2. Final quarter speed there for the front two. Tobin's Prophet holding off Almac Charmer. The only real surprise for me in here was Tobin's Prophet not going away at 1-9. He actually got let go at 1-5. But anyway, Tobin's Prophet, 3rd career victory, 3rd driver to get him to the winner's circle. Danny Romo, the trainer, of course, winning with him in his debut. Jason the Blue Knight Hughes had him winning in Summerside. And here's Gilles Berriot on board Tobin's Prophet. Again, sailing through fractions, 29, 59-1, 128-3. And he fired off a 28-2 final frame to pace to a life best. 157 flat. Quick trip here for Tobin's Prophet to remain perfect. Almac Charmer rode the pocket throughout, and then there was the rest. And beating the rest, best of the rest, was 5, Saltwater Johnny, with Adam Murner picking up the catch drive. So a 2, 4, 5, top 3 unofficial as Tobin's Prophet makes his way back to a Truro Raceway winner's circle.
Now back in the winner's enclosure, the winner of the second race, Atlantic Sire Stake, 2-year-old pacing colt A Division. Number 2, Tobin's Prophet. Bay Gillett, son of Stonebridge Terror. Saturday Nuclear High Dam, Southern Blue. Bred by Williams of PEI. Now owned by Frank Brundle, Kevin Dory, and Bob Samara. Trained by Danny Romo. Driven this evening by Gilles Barrio. Gilles giving Tobin's Prophet a new lifetime mark of 157 flat. Here's how they finished in the second race. Number 1, Nibbler finished 4th. 2, Tobin's Prophet, the winner. 3 was scratched. 4, Hammock Charmer, 2nd. 5, Saltwater Johnny, 3rd. 6, Elm Grove Restwind, 5th. The fractions were 29, 59 and 1, 128 and 3 in the mile. A new lifetime mark for Tobin's Prophet, 157 flat. Top down, your card should read 4-1 scratched, 2-3-5. 2-4-5 try in race 2, 25-40. The 2-4 exactor, 320. Upcoming in the third race, it's the first leg of tonight's pick 5. In the third race, number 3 Senior Beach Babe has been scratched sick. The only other change in the pick 5 sequence over in the fifth race, number 6 Roman Raven has been scratched sick. Host time full race 3, first leg in the pick 5 in less than 8 minutes. We now send you down trackside to Caitlin Wesley, who has some special guests. Horses for the third race now on parade. Number 1 is Crafty Example. Bernard McCollum has the drive for Mona Leg. Cyril Harvey in charge of 2, Dinger 2, owned by Henry Smallwood. Number 3 has been scratched. Paul Angel will guide the 4, I'm a Miracle, for Gary Cave. Clayton Stevens, owner and driver of number 5, Grin's Little Flirt. The rest of the story is number 6, with Ernie Laffin aboard for Michelle Patrickin. Number 7 in the field is owned by the Won't Back Down stable, Sunny Billion, with Darren Crow in charge. And Gilles Barrio will pilot the 8 now from post 7. Go With It for Gordy McCabe. That's the field for race 3, first leg in the pick 5, post time in less than 3 minutes.
Pick 5 play here in race number 3. And as mentioned, Kevin Harvey Team Sales, our newest sponsor at Truro Raceway, sponsoring post parades going forward. Visit kevinharveyteamsales.com for all the latest on their end. Top selection for me in this one, it's going to be a number 1 Crafty Example. Cougar McCollum on board, draws well and is more than capable of sub 2-minute speed. Tonight may be the night for number 1 Crafty Example. Right now the price is right at 7-2. Number 2, Dinger 2, Cyril Harvey on board for owner-trainer Henry Smallwood. Dinger 2 is early speed. Makes him a threat here, and he's going to be on or near the lead. 12-year-old son of Arts Card Trick. Winless this season, but has shown a second best in a couple of tries, and well worth a look for the exactor here in race number 3. Number 2, Dinger 2. Close to your final call now for all wagers on the popular Pick 5 play. Picking the winners from races 3 through 7 for this Pick 5. Getting a look at a third choice, number 4, I'm a Miracle. It's the second start back off the long layoff, just needing her A game with these. And one to consider, number 4, I'm a Miracle, a 5-1 value player. It appears the starting gate is looking for the horses to line up here. Again, opening leg of the pick 5 play. Still time. You'd have to hurry.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate now in motion for the third race. It's post time. Seven behind the gate for tonight's third. Crafty Example, Dinger 2, I'm a Miracle. Grins Little Flirt, the rest of the story. Sunny Billion and Go With It. They're off and pacing. I'm a Miracle will get the first call. Dinger 2 moving out smartly. On the outside and crossing over. That is Go With It. Caught wide third inside. Crafty Example emerges fourth. Caught on the outside from 5. That's Grins Little Flirt. Then back there at the rail in 6 is the rest of the story. And the early trailer as they continue on to the opening quarter. That is Crafty Example on the inside fourth. The trailer, that's Sunny Billion on past the opening quarter and taking over the lead was Go With It. That's short-lived now as I'm a Miracle pulls the pocket up to reclaim as they race on over to the 3/8. Gapping out there a bit in 3. That is Dinger 2, followed by Crafty Example fourth. Fifth on the inside for the rest of the story. Then back to Grins Little Flirt, who has only one beaten in the early going. That is Sunny Billion as they move off the turn. 28-4 was the opening quarter. And leading on through the stretch, that's I'm a Miracle out there by 2.5. With Go With It in pursuit second. Dinger 2 is traveling third at the rail. Crafty Example tied up fourth. Back in 5 for the rest of the story. Underway sixth outside. That's Sunny Billion. And now at the back is Grins Little Flirt. The half reached in 57-3. A brisk half as they move into the backstretch on their way to 3/4. I'm a Miracle still in control by 2 lengths. Go With It is second. Now to separate their third is Dinger 2 to the outside goes Crafty Example from 4. They race on past the 3/4 and I'm a Miracle is out there by 2.5. Go With It is the next closest one. Then a gap of 5 back to Dinger 2 third. Outside stalled first over is Crafty Example fourth. Moving up on the inside. That is the rest of the story now fourth. They race past the 7/8. I'm a Miracle still in control with less than an 8 to come. 1:27 3/4. Go With It will try to reel her in second as they travel on through the stretch. I'm a Miracle. Go With It. I'm a Miracle. Just too strong here in the third, and I'm a Miracle will win. Go With It finishing second in the battle for the show spot. It goes to the rest of the story. The mile in 1:57 3/5.
So, I'm a Miracle. A huge reversal of form here, comparing this one to her season debut where she rode the pocket and led up, paced a mile there, 2-2-2. Well, tonight she drops 5 seconds to just miss her lifetime best of 157 flat. She's home and cooled in 157-2 gate to wire. Paul Langeal on board for the owner-trainer breeder Gary Cave. Second best in there was the old 12-year-old son of Cam Luck. Go With It. Second best off the pocket ride, and then way back to third, and that being number 6, the rest of the story, out for his season debut, manages third best. A 4, 8, and 6. Top 3 unofficial. I'm a Miracle. Just a huge turnaround in, a short time, less than 2 weeks, showing a mile 2-2-2. And tonight, gate to wire, 157-2.
Now back in victory lane, the winner of the third race, sponsored by Clarence Farm Services, number 4, I'm a Miracle, 6-year-old black daughter of West Wardo, Hanover. Owned and trained by Gary Cave of Halifax. Driven by Paul Angel, I'm a Miracle, pacing the mile in 1:57 and 3/5. Trackside on behalf of Clarence Farm Services is Meredith Walker, equine specialist. Tonight she is presenting each winning entry in the Clarence Farm Services pace a gift certificate for Pure Athletic. Pure Athletic is a high-fat supplement for performance horses. Race 3 is official. 1 Crafty Example 6. 2 Dinger 2 finished 5th. 3 was scratched. 4 I'm a Miracle the winner. 5 Green's Little Flirt 7. 6 The Rest of the Story 3rd. 7 Sunny Billion 4th. And 8 Go With It was 2nd. Fractions were 28 and 4, 57 and 3, 127 and 2 in the mile, 157 and 3. Top down in review, your program reads 6-5 scratched, 17342. 4-8-6 try in race 3, $380.40. The 4-8 exactor, $48.70. The early double 2-4 combination, $20.30. Up next, the 4th race, the first of 3 divisions of the Frank and Beth Stanfield Memorial for 3-year-old pacing fillies. They'll compete for a purse of $20,000. Host time for the 4th in 8 minutes. Now on the track and parading are the entrants in the first of three divisions in the Franken Best Stanfield Memorial for 3-year-old pacing fillies. Each division going for a purse of $20,000. Here's the field for the first division. Number 1 is Outrageous Style, owned by Paul Holmes. Gilles Berriot has the drive. From post 2 is Candy Apple Red, owned by Corey McPherson. The driver, the owner's in a rush stable. Number 3, Can't Stop the Lovin', owned by Windermere Farms. River Valley Management, Clive Balderson, with Dave Dowling up. Number 4, J.J. Linda has Darren Crow driving for Joe Baxter and Matthew Williams. Mark Campbell will pilot the 5, Tobin's Diva, for Reg McPherson. From post 6 is Woodmere Maria, with Debbie Francis, Roseanne Langell, Wayne McCrae, and Fonzie McCachran. Paul Langell drives. To round out the field is Boo Yaya from post 7. Redmond Doucette at the controls for Ali and Hugh McCachran. That's the field for the first of 3 divisions of the Franken Beth Stanfield. Post time in 5 minutes.
Three down and about 7 more to go this evening on this Friday night at Truro, all part of Atlantic Grand Circuit Week, where we see Kevin Harvey Team Sales on board as the latest sponsor for post parades at Truro. Getting a look at a top selection for myself and many here. This is the Franken Beth Stanfield Memorial for 3-year-old pacing fillies. Very tough to go against number 1 Outrageous Style. Gilles Berriot is in the sulky for trainer Ron Masson, the owner Paul Holmes of Warren Grove, Prince Edward Island, and 3 wins, 3 seconds from 6 outings, 2022, after going a perfect 3 for 3 as a 2-year-old. This daughter of He's Watching. Her race to win or lose here. Berriot will have her in play in the early going, I'm sure, and trying to get this one to the winner's circle again. Outrageous Style here in the Franken Best Stanfield. Not going to chase after anything on the outside here. I think all the speed is going to come towards the inside. We're going to try 3, Can't Stop the Lovin' for the Deuce trainee for Earl Watts with Dave Dowling on board. Left hard from Summerside at a post 7 at the quarter, 28 and 3. Rode the pocket and still finished top 3. And the start before that was leaving from an outside post. So Can't Stop the Lovin', I feel, going to be sitting first or second here in the early going and sticking around late. Right now at 11-1, I love this one to complete the exactor. You bet it's a race to watch. $20,000 Franken Best Stanfield Memorial for 3-year-old pacing fillies. And looking to round out the try will be a long shot play here. Not a win ticket sold just yet on number 2, Candy Apple Red. Out for In a Rush Stable of Kensington, PEI, Eddie Doucette training, Corey McPherson in the sulky. And that duo of Doucette and McPherson, they will team up once again later on this evening, race number 9 with the Real Princess, co-track record holder, the 3-year-old pacing fillies over Truro. Right now, I don't think you can go wrong, including number 2, Candy Apple Red in the Triactor. Again, not a win ticket sold on this daughter of Stonebridge Terror. Just about a minute left to play race 4. Getting a look at number 5, Tobin's Diva, Kevin McLean conditioned, Mark Campbell driven. Mark Campbell, the last time that on this one would have been early June of this season, conditioned event over Charlottetown, and parking through the half, making the lead and making it to the winner's circle to start. Before that, she had a sharp win, 157 with Gilles Berry on board. Number 5, Tobin's Diva. One to consider here. Some mild play right now at 6-1. Still time.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate is now moving for the first division of the Frank and Beth Stanfield Memorial. Seven fillies behind the gate for the first of 3 divisions of the Rich, Frank, and Beth Stanfield Memorial Stake. They'll each compete for a purse of $20,000. Outrageous Style, Candy Apple Red, Can't Stop the Lovin', JJ Linda, Tobin's Diva, Woodmere Maria, and Boo Yaya. They're off in the Stanfield with Can't Stop the Lovin'. Looking to grab the early lead. Also moving out quickly is Candy Apple Red. Crossing over from the outside, Boo Yaya is third. Unhurried at the rail in 4 is the favorite Outrageous Style, who's a gapped out 4th. Now finding room at the rail in 5, that's Tobin's Diva. Back there in 6 for J.J. Linda. Sitting at the back of the field in 7, Woodmere Maria. On into the backstretch and past the opening quarter. Can't Stop the Lovin' is in control with Candy Apple Red racing second. Booyah backs off to fill the gap third. Outrageous Style now picking it up a bit there fourth and looks to the outside and will mount a first over challenge as they race on to the 3/8. It is Can't Stop the Lovin' in control. Here comes Outrageous Style now finding her stride. Moving up on the outside and up to engage the leader. Can't Stop the Lovin' as they approach the half. In at the rail and racing from the pocket. That is Candy Apple Red. Along the inside in 4 is Booyah. Fifth outside and trying to catch up to the cover is Tobin's Diva. Inside is J.J. Linda. And to the outside for the back goes Woodmere Maria. 27-4 was the quarter. A snappy half of 57-4 as they continue on to the backstretch for the final time. It's Can't Stop the Lovin' holding the lead by a length and a half. Along the inside, Candy Apple Red is second. Outside and racing third, Outrageous Style. Outside second over from 4. That is Tobin's Diva. Fifth along the rail and buried is Booyah. Outrageous Style back on the outside. Up now looking to take over from Can't Stop the Lovin' as they race on to the 7/8 and now sticking a neck in front. That is Outrageous Style. Inside, Can't Stop the Lovin' trying to battle back second. Inside and looking for room. That is Candy Apple Red third. Second over is Tobin's Diva fourth. They straighten out for the stretch drive. 126 2/3. Can't Stop the Lovin' inside. Outside, Outrageous Style. Outrageous Style. Just too much for them. Draws off to win it by 2.5. It's tight for second. Can't Stop the Lovin' trying to hold off a closing Tobin's Diva. The mile in 1:55 4/5.
A grit grinding effort here from the He's Watching filly, Outrageous Style. Outrageous Style was out pretty much from the quarter on, sipping through fractions here, 27-4, 57-4, 126-2, and home in 155-4. Never better than she was on this evening at Truro. Number 1, Outrageous Style, trying to hold for the deuce. Was number 3, Can't Stop the Lovin'. She was doing all the work and trying to get paid. She's going to get paid for a top 3 finish. Don't know if she held on to second against the 5, Tobin's Diva, but number 3, Can't Stop the Lovin'. She got up to 3/4 with them in 126-2 and just could not fight off Outrageous Style any longer. Again, it took a new lifetime best from this one to get the job done tonight. 1 on top, Outrageous Style, and still waiting on a place photo between the 3, Can't Stop the Lovin', and 5, Tobin's Diva.
We have a dead heat for second here in the 4th between 3, Can't Stop the Lovin' and 5, Tobin's Diva. Dead heat for place. Back in the winner's enclosure, the winner of the first division of the Frank and Beth Stanfield Memorial, number 1, Outrageous Style, Bay Filly by He's Watching. Out of the storm of the Chemi Best mare, Outrageous Storm, is owned and was bred by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove PEI, trained by Ron Matheson. Gilles Barrio picking up his second winning drive on this evening's program. Outrageous Style stepping to a life's best mile of 1:55 4/5. Trackside, Mr. Tom Stanfield. Making the cooler and a plaque presentation to the winning connections of Outrageous Style. Trainer Ron Matheson, driver Gilles Barrio. They take the first division in 155 and 4. Here's how they finished in the Stanfield. Number 1, Outrageous Style, was the winner. 2, Candy Apple Red, fourth. 3, Can't Stop 11, finished second in a dead heat. 4, JJ Linda, 6. 5, Tobin's Diva, second in a dead heat. 6, Woodmere Maria, 7. And 7, Boo Yaya, fifth. Fractions were 27 and 4, 57 and 4, 126 and 2. In the mile, a career best for Outrageous Style, 155 and 4/5. From the top, your program reads 1-4, 2 dead heat, 6, 2 dead heat, 7-5. Triactors in the fourth race, 1-3-5, 1440, 1-5-3 combination, 1050. The exactors, 1-3, 390, 1-5, 370. Up next, the fifth race, second A division of the T-Roll Pacing Colts. Number 6, Roman Raven, has been scratched sick. Post time for the fifth in less than 8 minutes. Fifth race Colts now on parade. Race 5, second A division, Atlantic Sire Stakes for 2-year-old Pacing Colts. Here's the field. Number 1, No Boats on Sunday, by Jackie Heffernan. Miles Heffernan drives. Number 2 in the field, Meraki, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean, along with Natasha Campbell and Megan McDonald. Gilles Berriot driving. Post 3, Bacon on a Biscuit. Mark Campbell for MCR Bacon on a Biscuit Group. The Devil's Cash from Post 4, owned by Michelle Myers and Ron Beckwith. Adam Murner driving. From Post 5 is Malignity. Paul Langell drives for Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell. And number 6 has been scratched. Post time for the 5th race in 5 minutes.
There's another Kevin Harvey Team Sales Pulse Parade out of Truro Raceway on Nova Scotia's harness racing action on this Friday night. It's all part of Atlantic Grand Circuit Week and just about halfway through this Friday evening card. And we've got Atlantic Sire Stakes action for the 2-year-old Colts on the pace. Continuing here, it's an A division, of course. And for me, it's got to be number 5, Malignity. Charted a back half in 56-3 in his A stake victory over Summerside. He looks so good drawing away late. If he can bring that same kind of effort in here, he will be very tough again. Paul Angel with the 5, Malignity. This is a nice colt, folks. Number 3, Bacon on a Biscuit. Love the name, and I kind of like the colt, too. Goes out for trainer-driver Mark Campbell. Was a second-best finisher in his latest. You know, he did his best to stay close to our top selection last time, but as mentioned, that winner was just too good. Still a very sharp debut to be second-best when going for over $16,000. Number 3, Bacon on a Biscuit. One to consider again, this time for the exactor play. Two-minute warning now, 2 minutes to post time on the 5th. Getting a look at number 2, Meraki. Finished second best in 2 career starts. Berriot with another live play tonight. This one for trainer Darrell McLean. Of course, this pair had great success with Mystifying last season around the Maritimes. And looking forward to seeing how this colt performs tonight. Beware of number 2, Meraki, right now at a big price, 13-1. And again, it's Berriot on board for the trainer Darrell McLean and Connections. One final look at the heavy favorite here, number 5, Malignity. So long, right? This is a big son of Malicious, and when I watched his replay over Summerside, such big strides, and did it so easy. 27-4 his final quarter, and as mentioned, charted back half in 56-3. This horse is meant to be something special, I believe. Malignity, Paul Langeal, training and driving for Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langeal. Look at a double up in Atlantic Sire Stakes action.
It's fifth race post time. The Colts are moving in behind the home hardware building center starting gate. Race number 5, Atlantic Sire Stake, 2-year-old pacing colt, A division, purse of 9,600. No boats on Sunday. Meraki, Bacon on a Biscuit, The Devil's Cash, and Malignity. They're off and pacing. No boats on Sunday. Intent on having the lead as they race into the first turn. Meraki outside, now backing off to take a seat in the pocket second. Away third. That is Bacon on a Biscuit. Then next in line out of 4, The Devil's Cash, the early trailer, is the odds-on favorite Malignity, who sits back there trailing in 5th. On through the backstretch, single file as they approach the opening quarter. No boats on Sunday, opening up by 2.5. Giving chase second is Meraki. Inside, Bacon on a Biscuit. Next in line, 3rd, followed in 4 by The Devil's Cash, and Malignity still back trailing in 5 as they continue with no change in positions. Onto the 3/8 they head, led by No Boats on Sunday. Getting the pocket journey is Meraki second. Then a tied up Bacon on a Biscuit is traveling 3rd. A closer 4th now is The Devil's Cash. Malignity now starting up at the outside from 5. 28-4 was the opening quarter. They race on past the half, and No Boats on Sunday is the leader, soon to be joined to the outside now by Malignity, who rushes up on covered second. On the inside, Meraki is pacing 3rd. Off the rail comes Bacon on a Biscuit from 4, and quickly, just like that, Malignity has taken charge as they enter the backstretch now for the final time. The half, 59 seconds flat. Malignity now drawing out to a 3-length advantage as they race on down the backstretch for the final time. No Boats on Sunday struggling to stay with them second. Up on the outside, and now uncovered is Bacon on a Biscuit 3rd. No Boats on Sunday is closing that gap on Malignity now as they race on over to the 7/8. Malignity. No Boats on Sunday. Outside, Bacon on a Biscuit is pacing 3rd. Inside is Meraki 4th. They were past 3/4, 127-2. Malignity drawing off on them now with less than an 8 to come, is clear by some 5 lengths. Outside, Bacon on a Biscuit is on for second. On through the stretch, Malignity well in hand here to take the 5th race, A division of the 2-year-old pacing colts. Bacon on a Biscuit is second. 3rd is Meraki. The mile in 156 and 1/5.
Trainer, driver Paul Langeal making it look real easy with that big son of Malicious. I said he was special, and you know what? He never lifted a line on this colt. When he made that big move from worst to first, approaching the half mile, there was no way any horse in there was going to be able to hold off the onslaught of Malignity. Again, he's so big, so long, big strides all day long. pacing to a new life best of 156-1. He may have won that by 10 or more, and he could have won by 20 or more. He did it that easy. Again, Langille never lifted a line on him. This colt is special. We'll look forward to seeing more of him as the weeks and months go on for the Atlantic Sire Stakes season. So handsome, and love the size. I love those big strides. And again, it's so long. He covers ground so easy and so effortlessly. His own back half in here, 57-1. His final quarter was 28-4. And again, it was just looking like a training mile. It was that easy for Malignity. Second best, number 3, Bacon on a Biscuit. Then the 2, Meraki, in there for the show dough. And no doubt about the winner. He was all alone on the line for 2 in a row in Atlantic Sire Stakes A Stakes action. Malignity doubles up, this time in Truro, coming in from a Summerside victory last time out for the owners, Debbie Francis, Roseanne Langille of Nova Scotia, breeder Gary McPherson, son of Malicious, out of Lady Kelly Ann by Royal Majesty. And again, I can't wait to see him go next. He is a fine-looking colt.
Now back in front of us is the winner of the second Atlantic Sire Stake 2-year-old pacing colt A division, Malignity. Black Gilded Son of Malicious out of the Royal Majesty Dam, Lady Kelly Ann, was bred in Prince Edward Island by Gary McPherson, now owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langille. Trained and driven by Paul Langille. Paul picking up his second winning drive of the evening. Malignity pacing to an impressive new lifetime best of 156 and 1/5. Trackside, Fonzie McEachran, on behalf of the Atlantic Standardbred Breeders, to make the presentation to the winning connections of Malignity, taking the second A division in 156-1. Race 5 is official. 1 No Boats on Sunday 4th. 2 Meraki 3rd. 3 Bacon on a Biscuit 2nd. 4 The Devil's Cash 5th. 5 Malignity the winner. 6 was scratched. The fractions were 28-4, 59, 127-2, and a life mark for Malignity 156 and 1/5. In the top 4-3, 2-5, 1 scratched. 5-3-2 try in race 5, 10-80, 5-3 exactor 7-10. Up next, race 6. There are no changes with post time in 8 minutes. Entries are on parade now for the 7th race. Like that, the 6th race, number 1 is Pride of Paradise. Robbie Smallwood does the driving. Robbie co-owns with Cyril Harvey. Time Old Chummer from post 2, Greg Monroe for Paisley McCollum. Andrea Renison, Clarissa Mahar. They share ownership of 3 Electric Sill with Todd Treitzup. Clayton Stevens drives and owns number 4, Kingston Sealster. From post 5 is Fifth Estate, owned by Michelle Patrickin, Ernie Laffin at the lines. Mighty Mouse is the 6th over the CC stables with Redmond Doucette in tow. And Henry Smallwood from post 7 with Jack Flash is a gas, owned by Cyril Harvey. Post time for race 6 in 5 minutes.
There we go, another Kevin Harvey Team Sales Post Parade out of Truro, this time for race 6, back to a conditioned event. 5 minutes to post time on race number 6 as we begin the back half of a Friday night card, Atlantic Grand Circuit Week, Truro Raceway. Top selection here for me, I'm going to go to the old horse, Electric Sill, 14 years by Electric Stena. Todd Treitz hops on board for trainer George Renison, always a strong combination at Truro. Getting class relief, reuniting with Treitz here. It looks like go time for Electric Sill right now at 3-5. Getting a look right now, number 5, Fifth Estate. Fifth Estate was a favorite. Now he's bumping up to 4-5 as a second choice. Sharp miles in each of his last 3, and he could be best of the rest, if not win it all here for Ernie Laffin. Number 5, Fifth Estate on good form. One I like to back at Truro, one of my old friends from London, Mighty Mouse. Mighty Mouse, Red Doucette, knows this mare well, and they get along great when paired up. So at a price, well, you should be expecting a price on number 6, Mighty Mouse. Right now, though, 5-2. Moments away from a start of race number 6. Again, back to a conditioned pacing event. Just over 1 minute left.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate now moves up into position for race 6. It's post time. Race number 6, top of the stretch, has Pride of Paradise, Timel Charmer, Electric Sill, Kingston Sealster, Fifth Estate, Mighty Mouse, and Jack Flash is a gas. They're off and pacing. Electric Sill is the first away. On the inside, a Pride of Paradise moves out to grab the pocket, crossing over, taking a tuck is Timel Charmer at third. Grabbing a seat there, fourth was Kingston Sealster, followed away fifth by Fifth Estate. Unhurried back in sixth, Mighty Mouse. The early trailer, Jack Flash, is a gas. Onto the backstretch for the first time, and Electric Sill shows the way onto the opening quarter. Leading the way, Pride of Paradise is sitting in the garden spot. Now endeavoring to close the gap third, that's Timel Charmer, followed by Kingston Sealster, pacing along the rail in 4. Looking at it from 5 as they pace on over to the 3/8. That is Fifth Estate. Gapped out there. In 6 is a Mighty Mouse. Jack Flash is a gas. Back trailing in 7. Quarter was paced in 29 seconds flat. No change as they make their way off the top turn Uncontested on the lead, that is Electric Sill, showing the way on through the stretch as they approach the half, getting a golden journey in the pocket. That's Proud of Paradise, followed tight up third by Timel Charmer. First over now to Sacrifice. Fifth is State, moving up on the outside, uncovered. Fourth inside, fifth Kingston Sealster, also out and moving with cover. That is Jack Flash as a gas, and now trailing is Mighty Mouse. Continuing on to the backstretch after a half of 59-1. Electric Sill still in control. Off stride in the pocket there went Pride of Paradise. Now to inherit second. That is Fifth Estate up into the 3 spot as they race to 3/4 is Time Old Charmer. Then Jack Flash is a gas. Looks at it from 4 up into 5 now. That is Mighty Mouse. Back in 6, Kingston Sealster in the trailer after the breakish Pride of Paradise. They move to the 7/8, and it is Electric Sill. He's the one to track down. The closest one to him, that is Fifth Estate, 2 lengths back. Second, gapping out now. Third, that's Time Old Charmer. 3/4 in 129-2. Inquiry has been posted as they straighten out for the stretch drive. It is Electric Sill. Fifth Estate in futile pursuit. It is Electric Sill to win it here in race 6. Second is Fifth Estate, and Time Old Charmer holding in there for third. The mile in 1:58 and 4/5. Judges having a look at the break there.
Class
by one
relief.
Paradise.
Reuniting with Todd Trites, reuniting, and it feels so good, right? Old Electric Sill, a 14-year-old son of Electric Stena, picking up career win number 50. Career win number 50 for old Electric Sill here as he wires them up over Truro. He goes downtown through fractions of 29, 59-1, 129-2. And that's a sharp mile for the old horse. 158-4. Again, Electric Sill, career win number 50. Todd Trites on board for the trainer George Renison. Owners Andrea Renison, Clarissa Mayer. So Electric Sill on his way to a winner's circle photo, Fifth Estate. Number 5 finishing second, and number 2 Time Out Charmer, avoiding confusion there, nearing 3/4, was able to hang on for third against the 7 Jack Flashes of Gas. 3, 5, and 2. Electric Sill here at 6-5 on his way back for a winner's circle photo.
Now entering victory lane, the winner of race 6, number 3, Electric Sill, a 14-year-old gelded son of Electric Stena. Owned by Andrea Renison and Clarissa Mahar. Trained by George Renison, driven by Todd Trites. Electric Sill in 158 4/5. Race 6 was in memory of the late John MacArthur, who was an avid standardbred harness racing fan. John grew up close to the Sydney racetrack at a very young age. John went to work as a groom at the track. He would go on to faithfully follow harness racing over the years, and he got to live out one of his lifetime-long dreams by attending the Little Brown Jug with a legion of friends. Today's John's family is trackside to celebrate his love of harness racing by presenting the John MacArthur Memorial Cooler to the winning connections of Electric Sill and Todd Trites, 158 4. Here is the official rundown from race 6. Number 1, Pride of Paradise 7, 2-time Old Charmer 3rd, 3 Electric Sill the winner, 4 Kingston Sealster 6, 5 Fifth Estate 2nd, 6 Mighty Mouse 5th, and 7 Jack Flash is a gas 4th. Fractions were 29, 59 and 1, 129 and 2 in the mile, 158 and 4. From the top, your card is 731 62 54 352 try in race 6, 39.50, 35 exactor 770. Up next, the second division of the Frank and Beth Stanfield Memorial. There are no changes in race 7. Post time in 8 minutes. Now on the track are the starters in the 7th race. Race 7 is the second division of the Frank and Beth Stanfield Memorial for 3-year-old pacing fillies. They'll race for a purse of $20,000. Here's the field. Number 1 is KC's Starlight. Donald Bishop, Charles Miles, and Bruce McDonald with Todd Treitz at the lines. Cougar on a Tear from post 2 has Redmond Doucette driving for owners Walter Walker and Angus McGuinness. Jackie Heffernan's Little Miss Maudie from post 3. Miles Heffernan drives. Darren Crow picks up the drive on number 4, Kinda Like Royalty. Owners are Joe Baxter and Karen Williams. Ian Banks, Ernie Gillen, Bochaco, and Danny Romo are the owners of 5 Malice Intent. Mark Campbell catch drives. Gilles Barrio is in line to number 6, Woodmere Jazz, owned by Reg McPherson. Rounding out the field from post 7, One of Them Girls, owned by David McLeod, Doug Olton, and Walter Chevrolet. Claire McDonald picks up the drive. That's the field for the second division of the Stanfield Memorial. Post time in less than 4 minutes.
Chasing after another large purse here in the Frank and Beth Stanfield Memorial 3-year-old pacing fillies battle for a $20,000 purse. And My top selection, I'm calling for an upset. I'm going to the 5, Malice Intent. She is more than capable with the right kind of trip here. Still winless in 2022, but decent earnings for a filly that hasn't won a race this season. $12,000 earned from 8 starts, finishing second and third twice. And again, calling for the upset with Mark Campbell hopping on board. Shows some interference there, nearing 3/4 last time out. Before that, just missing on a number of occasions. I like her chances. I just believe this race is calling for an upset. Right now at 8-1, Malice Intent, I'm staying with. A look at number 2, Cougar on a Tear, goes out for Walter Walker. Walter sharing ownership with Angus McGuinness. A Red Doucette is on board for the catch driving assignment this evening. Cougar on a Tear, her best effort to date was last time out over Summerside, where she finished third, pacing in 56-3. Will not be on Lasix, though, this evening. Removing Lasix. Still worth a look at number 2, Cougar on a Tear, coming off what appears to be her life best performance. Again, clocked a mile 56-3 on Lasix, but without the Lasix this evening. Can she find that same kind of trip and an effort in here? 6-5 fave status right now, but as mentioned, I'm going to stay with my upset minded number 5, Malice Intent. The price is still right on that one. Scoring on down here, number 6, Woodmere Jazz. Now, Woodmere Jazz has a tough post to overcome, but she did perform well last time over Summerside. Gilles Berriot is staying on to drive. She just didn't impress me here in a $15,000 stake over Truro back in mid-June, and then flat, of course, over a sloppy track at EPR there on July 2nd. But you know what? If you disregard her efforts on the off tracks, she's not showing too bad. But yeah, if she can find that same kind of trip last time out, where she paced a trip in 56-2 to be second best, she was actually ahead of Cougar on a Tear at the finish. So Woodmere Jazz, she could be one to consider here. 2-1 co-favorite status. Folks are getting behind my 5, Malice Intent. I was expecting an upset kind of price, more like 6 or 8-1. Right now, the 5, Malice Intent, though I do like her, she's overbet at 3-1.
The Stanfield Phillies have been called in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Race 7, the second division of the Stanfield Memorial. First is $20,000. KC Starlight, Cougar on a Tear, Little Miss Maddie, Kinda Like Royalty. Malice Intent, Woodmere Jazz, the outside post 7, One of Them Girls. They are off and pacing away quickly. Cougar on a Tear shoots out, looking to grab the early lead along the inside. KC Starlight, Little Miss Maddie crossing over and will find room at the rail in 3. Unhurried outside there in 4 is Malice Intent, away in the 5 spot as they hit to the backside for time 1. He's Kinda Like Royalty. Then back to Woodmere Jazz, who's away in 6. One of Them Girls is trailing in 7. They race past the opening quarter. Battle up front for the lead. That is KC Starlight. Will not let Cougar on a Tear go as they race on to the 3/8. Sitting in behind them in the pocket is Little Miss Maddie third, then a gap of some 4 lengths. Back into 4, and we find Malice Intent, followed in 5 off the turn by Kinda Like Royalty. Still back there lingering in 6 is Woodmere Jazz, and at the back is One of Them Girls. The quarter was paced in 27-2. Make their way past the midway point. And it is KC Starlight dictating the terms outside and going the long Parkdale journey is Cougar on a Tear second. Little Miss Miley getting a trip in the pocket third. Off the rail in 4, that's Malice Intent now peaking 3 high as they race onto the backstretch for the final time. It's still KC Starlight with the lead. The half 56-1, a cutthroat half as they race through the backstretch and onto 3/4. In the pocket is Little Miss Miley, up into 3, Malice Intent, then swinging up wide and racing now from 4. That's Kinda Like Royalty. She's hit her best ride and up on the outside and 3 high now into contention comes Woodmere Jazz. They race on to the 7/8. KC Starlight is still on the lead. Now a length and a half is the margin inside as they race off the top turn. Is Malice Intent dropping back. Little Miss Miley 3/4 in 1:26 off the turn. KC Starlight has them by 2 with less than an 8 to come as they drive on down the lane. It's KC Starlight, and KC Starlight will win it gate to wire fashion here in the second division of the Stanfield. Holding for second Malice Intent, and Little Miss Miley is third. The mile at 1:56 2/5.
Well, I mentioned this race 7, Frank and Beth Stanfield Memorial for 3-year-old pacing fillies. It was just screaming for an upset. Like the 5, Malice Intent did not find the 1, KC Starlight, in there, but she wires them up, and she's going to pace to a new lifetime best of 1:56-2. Todd Trites, hard ball in the early going, left a favorite in Cougar on a Tear out there going to the quarter mile in 27-2, half up in 56-1, over to 3/4 in 1:26, and she stops the clock for a new life best of 1:56-2. Number 1, KC's Starlight here. Bred by Avril Hunter of New Brunswick. The ownership line, Don Bishop, Bruce MacDonald, Chuck Miles of New Brunswick, with Chuck training, again, Todd Trites on for this victory. This horse took some late early action, some serious late action, because I don't remember this one paying about 5-2 going behind the gate. So KC Starlight, a well-meant winner here for Todd Trites, taking on all comers, and they could not get around her. Second best, the 5, Malice Intent, and long shot number 3, Little Miss Miley, completes the top 3. A 1-5-3, and number 4, Kinda Like Royalty. for trainer Joe Baxter, finishing fourth in this $20,000 Frank and Beth Stanfield Memorial 3-year-old pacing fillies. KC Starlight, fifth career win, and likely, yeah, indeed, her largest victory to date. She's never won a race for this kind of money in her young career, so here it is, a career best winning time and a career best purse earnings for a win. KC Starlight trites on for miles.
Now back in victory lane, the winner of the second division of the Stanfield Memorial, number 1 KC Starlight, the filly by Source of Pride out of the Western Hanover Dam, All-American Shayna. Bred in New Brunswick by Averill Hunter. Now owned by Donald Bishop, Bruce McDonald, and Charles Miles of Fredericton. Charles does the training, Todd Trites does the driving. That's back-to-back wins for Todd. KC Starlight taking the second Stanfield division in 156-2. That's a new lifetime mark. Mr. Tom Stanfield was trackside to make the blanket and plaque presentations to the winning connections of KC Starlight. Race 7 is official. 1 KC Starlight the winner. 2 Cougar on a Tear was 7th. 3 Little Miss Maddie 3rd. 4 Kinda Like Royalty 4th. 5 Malice 10 2nd. 6 Woodmere Jazz 5th. And 7 One of Them Girls 6th. Fractions were 27-2, 56-1, 126. And the mile, a career best for KC Starlight, 156 and 2/5. Top down, your program reads 1734256. 153 try in race 7, $238.60. The 1-5 exactor, $35.90. And the pick 5 for 5 out of 5, it returned $162.75. Up next, the 8th race. No changes in race 8. Post time in 8. Now the starters in the 8th race. Race 8 in memory of Harris Laughlin. Number 1 in the field is Lucy with Diamonds. Robbie Smallwood driving for Cyril Harvey. Calvin Eisner's Kidam Image has post 2. Carl Eisner does the driving. Andy Campbell at the controls of 3. Camco Willow, owned by Pam Moore. Archie Hattie, Lorraine Daly, Gordy Rudolph. They are the owners of 4 Nova Scotia Beach. Darren Crow aboard. Kenny Parker with the 5 Godrow machine, owned by Leslie and Linda Parker. Salzbrook Flicka from post 6. Paul Treves for Tracy McQuaid. Douglas E. and Douglas R. Polly are the owners of 7. Brookdale Jim, Bernard McCollum in the driver's seat. That's the field for race 8. Only 5 minutes left to wager.
Three more to go at Truro, including one more Frank and Beth Stanfield Memorial 3-year-old pacing filly event in race number 9. Before we get to that, it's a conditioned event here in race 8. I'm going to be chasing after 4 Nova Scotia Beach, Darren Crow. Training and driving here. This may be the spot. If he can blast and make front, maybe be left alone for a bit where he can find himself a breather. I'm liking him to go downtown in Truro. 9-5, second choice right now for Crow. Nova Scotia Beach. In my opinion, I think he's better than he's showing. Getting a look now at number 3, Camco Willow, and she's always a threat. And she's going to be again here for Andy Campbell, a must-play. The exactor in tries, get 2 wins and 2 seconds, and her last 4 outings around Truro, and she's fitting in well again tonight. Camco Willow, a must-play here at even money. Here's Robbie Smallwood on board number 1, Lucy with Diamond. She's one to consider for the triactor possibility. Robbie's been driving her in 3 of her last 4 outings where she has been 3rd and a 4th. Right now, the price is 7-1. I can get behind her to use for 3rd in the try. Getting close here. It's almost post time for race number 8 of 10 at Truro. Getting a look at number 7, Brookdale Jim, who appears to be taking some serious late action. The outside post to overcome. So he does show 1:57 and 4 in his latest. Bertie McCollum training and driving for the Pollies. Doug Jr. and Senior. Brookdale Jim gets an outside chance in race 8. Still time.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate now moving for race 8. It's post time. Race 8, top of the stretch. Lucy with Diamonds, Kidham MH, Camco Widow, Nova Scotia Beach, Godrow Machine, Salzburg Flicka, and Brookdale Jim. They're off and pacing. Lucy with Diamonds at the rail is a way to grab the early lead, followed out by Camco Willow second. Up on the outside, Nova Scotia Beach is pacing a wide third. Off stride there was Camco Willow as they race into the backstretch for the first time. That's Lucy with Diamonds leading the way. Outside second is Nova Scotia Beach. Moving on for third, that's Kidham Image, followed in 4 by Godrow Machine. Back pacing in 5. That is Brookdale Jim, followed by Salzburg Flicka 6th, and now trailing the field after the costly first turn break is Camco Widow. They travel single file into the turn now as they approach the 3/8. Up front, they're led by Nova Scotia Beach with Lucy with Diamonds in for the pocket ride. Kidham Image looks at it from 3, followed by Godrow Machine in 4. Campaigning the rail 5th is Brookdale Jim. The quarter was 28 and 3 with the inquiry sign lit. Near the half with Nova Scotia Beach in control. Lucy with Diamonds content to follow along in the pocket. Out first over comes Kidham Image from 3. Fourth along the inside for Godrow Machine. Picking up cover on the limb from 5. That's Brookdale Jim. Out and moving now is Salzburg Flicka in 6. And Camco Willow will have to circle the field as they race onto the backstretch for the final time. A half in 58 and 3 on their way to 3/4 in pursuit of Nova Scotia Beach. Lucy with Diamonds getting a good journey out of the pocket. Second outside, that's Kidham Image. Uncovered racing third. Covered up on the outside. That's Brookdale Jim. He's forced to 3 high. Now around the stalled Kidham Image as they race on over to the 7/8. It's still Nova Scotia Beach in control. Lucy with Diamonds second. Up 3 high is Brookdale Jim third. Kidham Image is fourth. And on the inside, Godrow Machine is pinned at the rail in 5. 3/4 in 1:28. They straighten out for the stretch drive. Nova Scotia Beach the one to take down. Outside and closing in is Brookdale Jim. Third in the pocket is Lucy with Diamonds on through the stretch. Nova Scotia Beach outside Brookdale Jim. Nova Scotia Beach will prevail. Brookdale Jim second. Third is Lucy with Diamonds. The mile in 1:58 and 2/5.
I thought this one would get the marching orders tonight, busting off the gate, making front and going down. Truro, there is Nova Scotia Beach for the victory. Darren Crow training and driving this one to a 4th career victory tonight. It's a 1:58 and 2 new lifetime best. Nova Scotia Beach, and the price was right. 7-2, nice. Price living up to the morning line odds there. Nova Scotia Beach, number 7, Brookdale Jim second, and in for third, number 1, Lucy with Diamonds.
Now back is the 8th race winner, number 4, Nova Scotia Beach, 5-year-old Gillett son of Some Beach Somewhere. By Archie Hattie, Lorraine Daly, and Gordy Rudolph of Dartmouth, trained and driven by Darren Crow. For Nova Scotia Beach, the mile of 1:58.2, that's a new lifetime mark. 8th race was in memory of the late Harris Laffin. He started his harness racing career at the Halifax Commons as a groom. He later owned and trained many horses that raced at Sackville Downs and here at Truro Raceway. Some of those horses included Sunrise Averill, Park Plaza, Triple R Gal, and Fly Flashy. His 2 sons, Blair and Robert, and grandsons Ernie and Bobby, along with granddaughter Nancy and great-grandsons Christopher and Logan, have all followed his footsteps into the harness racing game. His wife, Faye, is joined at trackside by family members to present the cooler in loving memory of the late Harris Laffin. Race 8 is official. 1 Lucy with Diamonds 3rd, 2 Kitamimich 5th, 3 was Camco Willow 7th. 4 Nova Scotia Beach the winner, 5 Godrow Machine 4th, 6 Salzburg Flicka 6th, 7 Brookdale Jim 2nd. 28-3 the quarter, the half 58-3, 3 quarters in 1:28 the mile, a life spark for Nova Scotia Beach 1:58.2. Top down 3:57, 1:4.62, 4:71 try in race 8, 258.30. 4-7 exactor, 99.20. Looking ahead to races 9 and 10, the late double, 9th race. 3rd division of the Stanfield, no changes. 10th race, number 2 Lively Freddy is scratched lame. And a bridle change for 5 Big Engine in race 10, closed to open, Hood with Caps. Post time for the 9th race, first half of the late double in 8 minutes. Here is the winning number in tonight's 50-50 draw. It's worth $317.50. Winning ticket number 9674677. Again, tonight's winning 50-50 number worth $317.50. 9674677. If you hold that winning ticket, contact the race office to claim your money. Now on the track and parading are the fillies in the 3rd and final division of the Frank and Beth Stanfield Memorial. They'll compete for $20,000. Here's the field. Number 1 is Crimson and Clover. Kenny Arsenault driving for Morris Cody. WWGG McKinnon Stable. The owners of number 2, J.J. Scarlett, with Danny Gillis doing the driving. Windermere Farms, River Valley Management, and Clive Balderson are the owners of number 3, Ultimate Longshot. Dave Dowling drives. The Real Princess from post 4 has Corey McPherson at the controls. For the owners, Grant Mann, Gordon McLeod, Blaine Tebow, and Eddie Doucette. Number 5 in the group is Mystical Gal, owned by Janet Sanderson and Doug Matheson. Dale Spence will drive. Claire McDonald from post 6 with West River Glow, owned by Haley McDonald. And number 7 is Orr's Terror, owned by Robert and Dale Orr. Gilberto in the driver's seat. That's the field for the final division of the Stanfield Memorial. Post time in 5 minutes.
Another Race 9 post parade sponsored by Kevin Harvey Team Sales here. It's the Frank and Beth Stanfield Memorial. 3-year-old pacing fillies, third and final division, racing for a large purse of $20,000. And I'm going to stay with our co-track record holder here for 3-year-old pacing fillies, that being the Real Princess. The Real Princess back in the Turner. June 10th at Truro, wired up the field 154-3, and she made that look real easy. She's a perfect 5 for 5 this season. I'm not going to try to get her beat in here. I think she remains perfect for trainer Eddie Doucette, co-owns with Blaine Tebow and Gordon McLeod, along with Grant Mann. Corey McPherson on board makes a strong duo. With Eddie Doucette here for the driver-trainer combo. The Real Princess, daughter of Source of Pride. I just don't see her getting beat here tonight. Here's a heavy favorite right now, number 2, J.J. Scarlett, a huge 54-4 mile. I believe that was a track record in her latest over Summerside, so that's great to see. Red Doucette was on for that one. Danny Gillis going back on board. She's a track record holder at Truro for 2-year-old pacing fillies. Of course, doing that last season. This filly right now has never been better. She wired them up, winning as she pleased, 11-plus lengths for a victory in 54-4 last time out. The thing is, with J.J. Scarlett, if you look at her final quarters compared to the Real Princess's final quarters, you see what I'm talking about. The Real Princess, much more consistent through her final quarter speed, where J.J. Scarlett, she does show 30 flat for that 54-4 victory, and a few starts before that, very flat over Inverness in a condition event where she came home in 31 flat. So for me, I'm going to just leave her in the play spot for right now. I don't think she can beat my top selection, the Real Princess. Here's Dave Dowling on board number 3, Ultimate Long Shot for Windermere Farms, along with River Valley Management and Clive Balderson. Earl Watts conditioned, Dave Dowling driven. This 3, Ultimate Long Shot, rounding into form now. You know what? Very consistent filly here. From 14 career starts, she's a top 3, 12 times a winner, of $30,000 plus. Definitely one to be considering here for the Triactor. A second best finish against these would not surprise me. Number 3, Ultimate Long Shot. Got her pegged as a top 3 threat indeed. 13-1. Here's one for the home team. It's Haley MacDonald owning and Mother Claire MacDonald, training and driving 6 West River Glow. This is a much tougher assignment for the daughter of Stonebridge Terror. She'd be doing well to hit the top 3 or 4 in this one. An extreme long shot right now at 28-1. Kenny Arsenault has made the trip over for Morris Cody of Charlottetown with the 1 Crimson and Clover. It got tricky for folks traveling from the island this time around with the fire on the ferry, shutting down the ferry service between Wood Islands, Caribou today. So always watching to see what's going on back home from my perch here in London, Ontario. So glad there was no serious trouble with the ferry fire down around the Wood Islands today. So it'll be the bridge across and the bridge back home, likely for most Islanders. Some, of course, likely staying over for tomorrow night's card of racing at Truro, getting underway at 7, that being 6 p.m. Eastern, to complete Atlantic Grand Circuit Week. It's the Glamour Boys Atlantic Sire Stakes action for the 3-year-old pacing colts tomorrow evening, and winding things down with the Lindsay Construction Cup for the Invitational Pacers. Holding down favorite status here is number 2, JJ Scarlett.
That was Count Jam, big stop there from Williams. Wrap around here and scores!
Here comes Mr. Flying! Mr. Flying, get up the time!
It's post time for the final division of the Stanfield Memorial. The fillies are moving in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. Race number 9, the 20,000 Dollar final division of the Frank and Beth Stanfield Memorial has Crimson and Clover, J.J. Scarlet, Ultimate Long Shot, The Real Princess, Mystical Gal, West River Glow, and Orr's Terror. The fillies are off and pacing and away quickly. J.J. Scarlet setting up an early battle now with The Real Princess. Those two are off the gate quickly now to battle for the early lead as they race into that first turn. J.J. Scarlet emerges with the lead, backing off. Looking to take a tuck is The Real Princess in the pocket second. Third on the inside, Ultimate Long Shot. Then next in line and pacing from 4. That is Orr's Terror. Back there at the rail, Mystical Gal is pacing from 5. Then West River Glow has a 6. And treading the field is Crimson and Clover. They continue on over to the 3/8. And up front, J.J. Scarlet sets the tempo. Leads the way by a length and a quarter with a Real Princess tracking along in the garden spot. Staying with them is Ultimate Long Shot in 3. Orr's Terror is biding her time back there at the rail in 4. 28-1 was the initial quarter on through the stretch. No change. They're still single file as they make their way past the midway point. J.J. Scarlet still in control. The Real Princess right there in the pocket second, followed by Ultimate Long Shot third. Orr's Terror is fourth. Back to Mystical Gal, then West River Glow. And at the back of the field is Crimson and Clover. Yet to see any movement now as they continue on to the backstretch. 58-1. There goes the first sacrifice from Orr's Terror as they race on to the 3/4. J.J. Scarlet still the boss. Orr's Terror with a brush on the outside up alongside second. Staying in the box is the Real Princess third. Getting that second over toe now is Mystical Gal from 4. Fifth inside Ultimate Long Shot as they race on over to the 7/8. It's still J.J. Scarlet with the lead as they race on to the 7/8. 128-2 was the 3/4 outside. Orr's Terror second. Desperate for room in the pocket is the Real Princess third. Off the turn, down the stretch they come. J.J. Scarlet now angling out of the pocket. Here comes the Real Princess on down the stretch. J.J. Scarlet, the Real Princess out of the pocket and on by. It is the Real Princess converting the pocket to victory over J.J. Scarlet and Ultimate Long Shot. The mile in 156 1/5.
They were sprinting. They were flying, pacing out of her skin to win. The Real Princess here in the Frank and Beth Stanfield Memorial, a 3-year-old pacing filly. She came home in 27-3. Likely will be charted there. And in the end, that's what I mentioned, right? Who's got the best final quarter speed? When it came down to it, it was all the Real Princess. Holding second, number 2, J.J. Scarlet. Number 3, Ultimate Long Shot, another one that came home in 27 and change to finish third. 4, 2, and 3. She is the princess of the 3-year-olds right now, and she remains perfect in 2022. 6 for 6, the Real Princess for trainer Eddie Doucette. Corey McPherson on board, the co-track record holder at Truro for 3-year-old pacing fillies tonight. She rode the pocket 28-1, 58-1, 128-2, and shows up for the win in 156-1. Again, she's home in about 27-2 or 3. I got a little nervous when Corey stayed in, and then there was some rushing and brushing down the backstretch, but Corey knew there is a passing lane at Truro, but the room did open up for Corey to swing outside through the stretch drive to get it all. The Real Princess definitely had a leg up on their competition when it came to final quarter speed, and she showed it right there. Paced out of her skin to the win in 156-1. Congratulations to the connections. The Real Princess, she's a doll.
Now back in the winner's enclosure, the winner of the 3rd division of the Stanfield, number 4, the Real Princess, a daughter of Source of Pride. Owned by Eddie Doucette, Blaine Thibault, Gordon McLeod, and Grant Mann. Was bred by Blaine Thibault. Trained by Eddie Doucette. Corey McPherson, the winning driver. The Real Princess, her season remains perfect. 6 for 6. A mile in 1:56 and 1/5. Backside is Mr. Tom Stanfield, presenting the winning connections of the Real Princess with the cooler and plaque for winning the third division in 1:56 and 1. Again, Truro Raceway would like to thank Mr. Tom Stanfield for his generous and continuous support of Truro Raceway and Maritime Harness Racing. Race 9 is official. 1 Crimson and Clover 7, 2 JJ Scarlet second, 3 Ultimate Longshot third, 4 The Real Princess was the winner. 5 Mystical Gal fifth, 6 Westover Glow 6, 7 Oars Terror finished fourth. Fractions were 28 and 1, 58 and 1, 128 and 2 in the mile in 1:56 and 1/5. Top down, your card reads 723 1564. 423 try in race 9, 1190, 42 exactor 580. Up next, the 10th and final, number 2 Lively Freddy has been scratched lame. 5 Big Engine has a bridle change closed to open, hood with cups. Post time for race 10 is in 8 minutes. Now on parade, the starters in the 10th and final. Number 1 is Slightly Twisted, owned by Paul Burgess, with Paul Angel driving. 2 has been scratched. At the helm is the 3 Andy Campbell drives for Pam Moore and Blair Saunders. Cameron McCacken owns the 4 Dusty Lane Sebastian, with Ernie Laffin at the lines. Evan Wilson is the owner and driver of number 5 Big Engine. And to round out the field, number 6 Glenview Quintana. Redmond Doucette drives for Adam Johnson. 5 for the finale, post time in 5.
One final post parade tonight, brought to you by Kevin Harvey Team Sales, our newest sponsor on board with Truro Raceway this season. And into our finale, a reduced field of 5 to complete this Friday evening of Atlantic Grand Circuit Week. And I'm going to stay on my top selection here, number 4, Dusty Lane Sebastian. He went on the qualifying list. Yep, it happens. After consecutive breaks in his last couple of outings, when he minds his manners, for me, I think he can go with anything there is, really, at Truro. So we're going to try him on top. Ernie Laffin, one of my favorites in the sulky there at Truro Raceway, on board for owner-trainer Cam McCacken. Number 4, Dusty Lane Sebastian. We're going to hope he minds his manners this evening to maybe show up for a winner's circle photo. Right now, I like the price at 4-1. Here's a look at number 1, Slightly Twisted, a.k.a. Twister, Paul Angel. Training and driving for owner Paul Burgess of Fredericton. Now, this horse had no shot last time out from the 8-hole, but the rail definitely improves his chances here. 5 for 7 in the top threes, 2022. And, Slightly Twisted. I can get behind this one all day long. The price, I figured, was going to be near close to even money, and that's what he's sitting at right now, or she is sitting at right now. The Twister, Slightly Twisted for Langille here in the finale. Number 5, Big Engine. Big Engine's getting some class relief here. No doubt will be firing here for owner-trainer driver Evan Wilson. Decent second-best finish to Well Did in his latest, where he clocked a mile 56 and 4. He came home in 28 and 3. Big Engine could find himself on or near the lead again here. He's one to consider at 6-5. Here's number 3 at the helm. He's having a great season at the races. 7 for 8 top 3 finishes, including 3 victories for owners Pam Moore and the Colonel, Blair Saunders. Pam does the training. Andy Campbell gets along great with at the helm. They may go a little too quick for this one. He is capable of a 58 kind of trip, but that kind of ties him up. I'm thinking this race has the potential to maybe see some 57 speed here, and that might be just too much to ask for at the helm, sitting at 7-1. A little bit late for the party this season. Number 6, Glenview Quintana. It's taken a while to get her back and rolling here. She'll make her season debut this evening off a winning qualifier over Truro, going out for Adam Johnston. Red Dusek gets the call for number 6, Glenview Quintana, and her season debut. She'll be on the outside looking in here.
It's post time for the 10th. Home Hardware Building Center starting gate is on the move. Tenth and final, top of the stretch, slightly twisted. At the helm, Dusty Lane Sebastian, Big Engine, and Glenview Quintana. They're off in the finale with the Big Engine firing off the gate in at the rail. That's slightly twisted. Those two out to battle for early position as they race into that first turn, settling for third. That is at the helm, coming away in four, Dusty Lane Sebastian, and the fifth and trailing one is Glenview Quintana. Big Engine now overtakes, slightly twisted for the lead as they head to the opening quarter. Tied up third, sits at the helm, followed fourth by Dusty Lane Sebastian. He's out and moving now, and trailing in five is Glenview Quintetta. Dusty Lane Sebastian brushing up on the outside. Now to battle with Big Engine as they race on over to the 3/8. Dusty Lane Sebastian outside, poking ahead in front. Big Engine at the rail. Does not appear as if he's going to let him go as they race past the 3/8 and off the turn. 31-1 was the quarter. Big Engine and Dusty Lane Sebastian battling on the front end as they approach the half. Sitting in behind them third and getting the good journey is Slightly Twisted, followed by a gapped out Glenview Quintetta in 4. Back trailing. He's at the helm now as they travel into the lower turn on their way to the 5/8. Big Engine has the lead on the outside. Braving it and grinding it out first over is Dusty Lane Sebastian. In the pocket and staying right with them is Slightly Twisted in 3. The half paced in 59 seconds flat. On through the backstretch for the final time. Matching strides on the front. That's Dusty Lane Sebastian. Big Engine at the rail. And still sitting at the rail is Slightly Twisted. Biding her time in 3 as they race to the 7/8. Still gapped out fourth. Glenview Quintetta further on back to at the helm in 5. They race now to the 7/8. Dusty Lane Sebastian by half a length. Still controlling the rail though is Big Engine second. In behind them Slightly Twisted. Now angled to the outside third. 1:27 2/3. They straighten out for the stretch drive. Dusty Lane Sebastian a slight lead. Big Engine trying to fight back second. Slightly Twisted third. Dusty Lane Sebastian a brave first over victory. Second is Big Engine and third is Slightly Twisted. The mile in 1:56 4/5.
A war of wills in the finale, and more willing was Dusty Lane Sebastian. What a trip. Ernie Laffin wasn't happy with the fractions. I mean, they're going to the quarter, right, in 31-1. Come on. So Dusty Lane Sebastian, right lines, and then they get down to the half in 59, 3/4, 1:27 and there's the mile of 1:56 4. Never better. One of my favorites in the bike, Ernie Laffin, guiding Dusty Lane Sebastian to victory lane here for owner trainer Cam McEachern. Nice price on him, hey? 9-2. Those 4s have been pretty good. The last 3 races, 8, 9, and 10, all 4 horses being, well, we'll go back to race 8. Nova Scotia Beach, 7-2, loved them. The Real Princess, heavy favorite, loved her. And here's Dusty Lane Sebastian at 9-2, a juicy 9-2. Yeah, what a gutsy winning effort. Again, a war of wills and most willing in there. Dusty Lane Sebastian winning over number 5, Big Engine. He had thoughts of stealing one. It wasn't going to happen with Ernie coming early with Dusty Lane Sebastian finishing third. Twister, Slightly Twisted, third best in there for a 4-5-1 try. That was an exciting finale and a great way to cap off a Friday evening of Atlantic Grand Circuit Week. Dusty Lane Sebastian for a winner's circle photo here in the finale.
Now back in Victory Lane, the final winner on this evening's program, number 4, Dusty Lane Sebastian, 4-year-old bay gelding by Steelhead Hanover. Under the Ameripan at Gigolo Dam, see Anna win. Owned by Cameron McCacken of Lower Onslow, trained by Cameron and driven by Ernie Laffin. Ernie giving Dusty Lane Sebastian a life's mark of 1:56 4/5. 10th race was kindly sponsored by Clarence Farm Services. Meredith Walker on behalf of Clarence's is trackside. 2%. A gift certificate for Pure Athlete. It's a high-fat protein supplement for performance horses. Michelle Berrio, check with the paddock office, please. Tenth race is official. One slightly twisted third, two was scratched, three out the helm fourth. 4 Dusty Lane Sebastian the winner. 5 Big Engine second, 6 Glenview Quintella fifth. Fractions were 31 and 1, 59, 127 and 2 in the mile, and 156 and 4. A new mark for Dusty Lane Sebastian. From the top, 3 scratched, 4-1-2-5. 4-5-1 try in the 10th race, 29-10. 4-5 exactor, 1870. Late double 4-4 combination, $23.30. That concludes the Friday night action of Atlantic Grand Circuit Week. We thank you for joining us here this evening and hope you can return tomorrow evening for the conclusion of Atlantic Grand Circuit Week. We present a 11-dash program tomorrow evening with first race post at 7 p.m. Tomorrow's card features 3 divisions of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 3-year-old pacing colts, the first leg of the Atlantic Aged Pacing Mare Series, and the $7,500 Lindsay Construction Cup Invitational Pace. That's all on tomorrow evening's program here at Truro Raceway. Again, post time for the first is 7 p.m. See you then.